And Sammy's got first. G'day, Cam. How are yous all? Gonna make sure everything else is working now. It appears to be. What up, Asuka? How are you doing? It's not showing me any redeems for second or first. So Sammy's already taken first. Damn. So you're not gonna get first. And the overlay still doesn't have a second or third or anything like that. We're doing good, Asuka. How are you doing? My day has just started. It is 7:15. My overlay's working, provided I don't move the window. It's the weirdest issue. I don't know if it's a Hyperland issue or an X11 issue, but it's very annoying. So, well, we'll see what happens. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that beautiful sunrise going on in the background. Always good waking up to that. Now let's hope this works. Oops. Okay, so that is working. Perfect. Love it. Yeah, the issue, it's only X11 applications. There's two separate issues here. Two separate issues. X11 applications, whenever I move the window, it freaks out and then it goes into like a really slow processing mode where it's like 1 frame every second or something. But if I use the Wayland version of the overlay, then I don't get a transparent window. It just shows all black. And I don't know if that's an OBS issue or a Wayland Godot issue. It's so annoying. How you doing, Behenort? Because either way, something's going to cut that off. I think I need to leave it like so. Oh, you still need one. I need one under here. Need something like that. But no matter what, you're gonna have something cutting you off. Same with you. Do something like that. There we go. There we go. We figured it out. We figured it out. How you doing, Millsy? Right, we're working towards our... It's going good. It's going good. We are working towards our beta testing. Our closed beta. Hello, Hydronics. How are you doing? I'm looking forward to getting the closed beta started up. I've just got some bugs through here that I want to get done. And then we'll probably be able to throw out the closed beta. Currently playing around with Google's new release. What's Google's new release? Are we talking like their AI thing or what? Working on game file format library. Nice, nice. Very important. Very, very important. Now let's see, which one do we want to start off with this morning? Let's start off with these lights. See why those are broken. Toggle lights. Toggle lights. Emits is store light. Ah, is that why? Because I'm silly and I never actually updated that. Whoops. Whoops. Let's see, where is it? Store light, store light. Light switch, here we go. Is store light. Is store light. Alright. Their AI IDE? Interesting. I've heard a lot about AI IDEs. Beautiful. And now the back here. Ah. You don't want to be turned on. Okay. I think this will work. Apparently not. Apparently not. Where's the storage light? Huh? Is store light? Store light. Oh. Be honest, is that load fake? Which load? This one. It does have a minimum delay. It does have a minimum delay just to make sure that things are all set up and whatnot. Otherwise, what it does is it waits for the different loading events. So the thing that loads in the furniture and the products and all of the game data and stuff. It waits for all of those to emit a signal saying, hey, we're finished loading. And then it waits for like another 1 second after that. Just to make sure that all the readies have finished and things like that. Yes. Nice. I like it. Asynchronous loading for the win. I do that too. No, it won't work, but click an extra few times just to be sure. Exactly. You have to. You have to. You gotta be sure. Gotta be sure. Alright. fixed. Now, what's the next part? Let's check this. See if we can figure out what's happening there. My neck has all of a sudden become really painful to move. Yeah, that was my neck in Germany. See, look at that. Okay. I think what I need to do... Why is that now broken? There's these outlines here. I also need to look into, like, Steam. Run a closed beta. I need to figure out how to do this. So I know there's a way to do it through Steam. To run a closed beta on Steam, developers can invite players to test their game by providing back beta access codes or using the Steam playtest feature, which allows players to request access directly from the game store page. Developers can manage beta participation through the Steam Work settings page. Okay, cool. So I can, like, just enable the Steam playtest feature, and then people can request access. Okay. I'll probably need to set up some Discord stuff for that. Just to make sure people have somewhere to go to raise issues for me. If only I put sugar in that coffee. Actually, what's everyone's preference with that? Do you prefer sugar in your coffee or not? I've got the original layers, we've got this, we've got the outline. Outline, remove outline. Open sign. We've got remove outline from interactable, remove outline from cash register. Nowhere's calling remove outline though. I see nowhere calling it. Yes, unless it's Restretto, then no. Restretto? What is Restretto? Ristretto, known in full Italian as Cafe Ristretto, is a short shot of a highly concentrated espresso. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, but I always make a distinction between a coffee and an espresso. So, to me, an espresso is just like, it's just the shot. That's it. Whereas a coffee is the espresso combined with, you know, like extra water to make it like a long black, or milk to make it a latte or a cappuccino or a flat white or something like that. So, yeah. Let's have a look under our character. See what our player does in terms of highlighting and whatnot. So we've got outline here. Huh. Let's follow you on X. I don't even know what you do. So that's probably not going to happen. How you doing, Creeper? How's things? I do think that's an interesting tactic. Like, I'm not... Yeah. Like, following someone just because they followed you. I mean... I don't know, Asuka, if you're associated with some sort of horrific group. So, you know, imagine stalkers following each other. Well, I'm just imagining anyone that's like, oh, if you follow me, I'll follow you. And then all of a sudden, like, the KKK follows them. And then they're like, no. Then all of a sudden, they're following the KKK. It's like, this is why you don't do that. I realized that I need to wait 2 to 4 whole hours for my SSD to decrypt to modify my C partition. Truly a Windows moment. Yep. That's fair. So, we need to close this. We need to go into our interaction manager here. I'll follow you if you follow me. Nah. Instead, found some random external drive to have a Linux sandbox on. USB 1 2.0. Oh no. Oh no. It's so slow. It's so slow. So we've got remove outline here and remove outline here. Keeps giving me discounts on my Colorado trip. Nice. So you're just getting like a cheaper and cheaper trip. Like, here's a 10% discount. And a 10% discount. And a 10% discount. It's like, woo! So much discount. What up, David?
20 minutes late is the new early.
I mean, fair enough. I'll have to amend my rules to allow people to redeem early for the first 20 minutes. And then first, second, third, and late. Yep. This is a good idea. Ooh, maybe I should have an early. Set up an early. So it's like, alright, before the stream actually starts, it's early. And then people need to get here before the stream starts to be early. Otherwise, they end up being late. Then it's like, ooh, do you get here and redeem early? And then wait for people to Or do you get here and redeem early? Or do you get here and you wait for everyone to redeem early and then you redeem first? But if you try to be the one that redeems first, you may not be early or first or second or third. You may just be late. Hit chat against each other. I like this idea. Is that actually possible? I can script that in my overlay. So the way my overlay was working is someone would redeem first, and that redeem had a limit for each user of 1 per stream, and a maximum redemption of 1 per stream. When someone redeems it, that user can no longer redeem that channel redeem for the rest of the stream. And I update the maximum total redeems per stream to 2. So that way someone else can redeem it. And then I do the same thing. Every time someone redeems it up until 3 people have redeemed it, I just keep incrementing the max total redeems per stream. And then after we've gone from third to late, I then remove that global max, that global limit, and just have it as the per user limit so that everyone can redeem late from that point onwards. So that's how I normally do it.
On a panel on Godot, how do you change the color of it?
There's 2 ways you can do that. So we get a panel. So under the theme override, under styles, you can set this style box flat. So you can just like create a new style box flat, change the color however you want. Alternatively, what you can do, if you'd want to leave it like this opaque, under visibility, you can change the modulate. And then like you'll see how like this background changes based on that. Or you can combine both effects. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so for some reason, this remove outline does not work. I don't know why. I do not know why. So. Datum owner remove outline. So we've got left menu interactions, which is where the open sign appears. We interact with it. So what we need to do is under props, open sign, flipping. What we want to do is go, oh my god, Colton! G'day, Pax, how you doing? What's going on, Colton? What have you been up to? How has your tour been going? For anyone that doesn't know, Colton is an amazing banjo player, currently on tour. They're going to be in Melbourne soon. What's up? Not much. I got back from Munich earlier this week. We were there for Godot Fest. We spent 2 days at Godot Fest learning a bunch from people. Got to meet a bunch of people like Cavino, Irad, Conrad, and Jackie. Got to meet some people in chat that went to Godot Fest too, which was nice. Putting faces to names. And spent some time going around Munich as well. Trying proper schnitzels and stuff. It was amazing. It was fantastic. Hello, Giddy. How are you over there on YouTube? What were you up to today, though, Colton? Tell us all about it. Love German food. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. A proper Bayern Schnitzel is... I will say, though, I agree with Cavino. Their beer and their cocktails are very weak. The only way that I got drunk in Germany was through just straight cognac. Beer and cocktails? No. Wasn't able to get drunk from that. I got tipsy, sure, but no. Had to go to the hard liquor. The beer doesn't seem to get you messed up. It does taste amazing. It does. It does. You want proper tasting beer? You get Trappist beers. Like Belgian Trappist beers and stuff like that. Those are amazing. Yeah. Started with some banjo, then working on a little shmup in Love 2D. Ooh, nice. Nice. That reminds me, Colton. I need a custom shout out for you. What do you want your custom shout out to be? It could be anything. I'll give you an example of a custom shout out that we have here. There we go. There's a custom shout out that we have. So let me know what you want yours to be. I can throw it in here. And then whenever you pop up, or whenever you raid or shout out or something, it'll go off and it'll let people know what you're about. I'm just trying to fix up some stuff and get some things ready for our closed beta. Banjo player, game dev, professional piece of shit. I like it. That's... That didn't work the way I wanted it to. Alright, let's get this added in. Bam. Hang on, why didn't that... Hello, Boolean! Oh my god, Boolean, you've come in with Colton. Why didn't that shout out? Might still be in the 2 minute delay. Just met Boolean. Boolean's good. We've got a custom shout out for Boolean too. Long time no see. How was Godot Fest or whatever it was called? Godot Fest. It was good. Godot Fest was nice. Came in with a regular human. Irregular human's also very good. Yep. You've met some top quality people there. There we go. There we go. Got your custom shout out in now, Colton. That reminds me, I need to get Human's custom shout out. Yeah. Oh, for anyone that doesn't know, we have a game on Steam. You can go wishlist it. That would be fantastic. Even if you don't plan on buying it, wishlist it. It'll help me out. Get our wishlist numbers bumped up. The trailer is a bit outdated. And when I say a bit outdated, I mean very outdated. Like, very outdated. Like, the opening animation for... Like, this opening animation for the Bobble Box is completely different now. So... how have I not wishlisted this yet? I don't know. I hope you've corrected that now, Boolean. I saw a picture of you where they photoshopped body on you. It was a bit unsettling. Oh no, that wasn't Photoshop, Boolean. That wasn't Photoshop. I was in my mech suit. Yeah, I was in my mech suit whenever I go out and about. That's the new box opening. So much better, isn't it? That is such a good box opening. I knew it didn't look quite like a real body. I know. It was... Honestly, it was too perfect. Like, the body is too perfect for my mech suit. I mean, that's just what you get, you know? Now I'll have the fun adventure of somehow getting a Linux distro to run on an 8GB USB stick. Easy. Just install the ISO onto the USB stick and boot into the USB stick. Done. Like Princess Peach in the Mario movie. I don't know if that's a compliment or a diss. I expect to see you with a fishbowl on your head at all points in public. I'll give you a shout out here too, Boolean. That's in regards to too perfect. Like Princess Peach at a 24-hour stream. But the fun part, it only has the USB stick for all storage for shitty BitLocker. So you're having a persistent install. Yeah, that's... On 8GB, that's going to be tough. On 8GB, that's going to be very tough. Right, this is doing remove interactions. State machine current state interaction. Oh.
Godot is amazing, I love it so much.
It is pretty good. It is pretty good. What other engines have you tinkered with, Cam? Just curious. I tried Unreal like 5 years ago, started using Unity 10 years ago, now Godot. Okay, so you don't have a modern day comparison. Have you tried Defold? Because I've tinkered a little bit with Defold. There was Showcase. Showcase! G'day, H-Hives, lurk away. I found Colton today, and he uses Love 2D, I've been peeping Love 2D a bit over the months. That's fair. I found Colton through game dev, and then also discovered their musical talents by seeing them streaming while musicking. Super weird. Plague Lords. Solitaire Tower, Box Rob, Time Warriors, Interrogation, Hotel Rush, Curious Fishing. They've got, like, there's a lot of games that have been made in default. Huh. Musical talents, nice. Yeah. Yeah. You don't know their musical talents? You don't know. Yeah. I'm gonna go see them in concert on the 3rd of December when they're in Melbourne. Do a little touring and a little banjing. A real rock star indeed. Real rock star indeed. So in here, shelf delivery. World player NPC Bobble. So I think I need to change. I'm gonna toggle the collision layer to be 1 instead of 8. Go. Go like that. And then that's right, Colton. Our Bobble Shop Sim is getting traction. I'm going to do some more recording of voice lines for an ad that I'm going to be running on YouTube Shorts and TikTok. It's going to be fantastic. Get the word out there. Get everybody seeing it. Get everybody excited. Yeah, just wishlisted. Much appreciated. It's very exciting. It is very, very exciting. Hypno hyping, you know it. I keep getting emails from this Playway group that do other shop sim stuff. And I'm just like, I don't want to talk to you because you want to take the ownership of my game. You want to take ownership of it and pay me royalties. No, that's not happening. So I'm going through the entire process myself and seeing what happens. Gotta go get a bite to eat and dad duty? Fair enough, Colton. Enjoy. Thanks for the lurks. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for being a fantastic gidunt. Oops. You know what? Let's do set collision layer. 8. True. 1 false. Okay. Hopefully, with a bit of luck. You sure you don't want to do all the work for someone else to profit off? Nah. Not really. There we go. Beautiful. Fixed. G'day, Bucky, you get done. How you doing? It's snowing in Stockholm. Oh, you lucky. You lucky duck. Yay, we're open. Still isn't snowing in Munich. Warning for icy surfaces. Chilly with a mix of snow and rain accumulating up to an... Oh, what? You're telling me that if I was still in Germany, I could have experienced snow for the first time in my life? I'm 34 years old, almost 35 years old, and I have never seen snow. But yes, Melbourne have snow. No. We get frost. We get frost and we get hail. Hail is not snow. Okay? There has been times in the past where it has snowed in places in Australia. So where my grandparents live, it has snowed like 2 or 3 times that I know of there. But it's always, like, because of how rare it snows, it's never when I'm here. Never when I'm around does it snow. It's very fun to stand out in a hailstorm. Especially, yeah, Australia's hailstorms. That was last year. That's our form of snow. Our form of snow in Australia is just golf ball sized hail. Alright. That's that one done. Even your weather wants to kill you? Yep. Yep. I somehow found an even older drive with like 16 gigabytes of storage. That's better than 8. That is better than 8. But USB 1? Oh. Oh. That is some slow transfer speed. Let's see. We've got... What's the next thing? What is the next thing? Verify interaction order property. I think that's just always ongoing. When it's going to be as fast as Windows. Change random picking of bobble to a weighted random, having certain bobbles worth more. Appear slightly less. Alright. Alright, we need to start figuring out our pricing of these bobbleheads. So... let's go into our game state. Under our shop settings here... I think we can edit it all in here. Live chat window disappeared on YouTube, but I heard about the snow. Did it? Hopefully you'll see snow one day. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. Today I had everything that makes Linux look annoying, but all saying that Windows is worse. BitLocker moment in Linux VM drives, taking a whole 70 gigabytes with nothing. What? Wait, when you set up the VM drive, did you tell it that you wanted the size to be dynamic? Or did you tell it you want to allocate 70 gigabytes of your drive to the VM drive permanently? Dynamic? Might not have seen snow, but here's a cat as consolation. You thought Sammy's bot was still here. Sammy's bot is not stable. It's unfortunate. Don't forget, you gedunts. Get a mug. It says "G'day, you gedunts" on it. Yeah. Trademarked. That's right. Go object. We have Annoying Annie, Bald Bobby, Casey Womp, Discount Dora, Oldie Locks, Relaxing Randall, Good Dobble, Bobble Ross, Jeff, and who was the last one? Yvonne Bucket. It's pronounced bouquet. I have a mug? Good. But do you have a Frerp mug? What athletes have we made? Tennis, football, Coach Barnett, Andre Anderson, Larry Kent, Harry Armstrong. Larry Kent. Martinez. Harry Armstrong. Andre. Barnett and football. Andre. Barnett. And football. Professional. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So, Barrel Boy. Then we also have Barbara McMotorboat and Chef Caesar. Yep. Chef Caesar. Barrel Boy. Who else do we have? Ah, the Pac-Man. There we are. Whoops. I just remembered something. You don't need to get Frerp merch. I disagree with that. I would say you do need to get Frerp merch. Yeah? Why wouldn't you need to get Frerp merch? It's, like, so important. Oh, you said... Sorry, yep. I did misread that. No, I don't. I need to get Frerk merch. Okay, we're on the same page. We are on the same page. Hey, Sammy, how you doing? Does the coffee from the Frerk mug taste amazing? Tastes extra froggy. So, Sammy, are you saying that your coffee tastes froggy fresh? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Nice one, thank you. Barrel Boy, put you at about 30, I'll pop you at about 45. I miss it. Good luck with rebuilding. Let's go. Bam. The slap can be 28. Goes up by 12 and then goes up by 28. Yeah. Yeah, that works. So the reason why these ones are more expensive than the casual ones. So the casual ones are cheaper. The hero villain ones are the most expensive. The professional ones are second most expensive. And the athletes are second cheapest. There's like a price. Like as you go up, you get more money for the more expensive ones, but you got to pay more to get them in, and yeah. What would this be? Karen can be 29. 43. Actually, make you 36. 52. And 87. So it goes up 16. And it goes up 35. I'm fine with that. You can be 24. You'll be 39. And 60. This is where our fine tuning is going to come in. Getting everything so that it's like the correct pricing. So like currently these are 20. Probably want to make them like $30 a box. Because you'll be able to get, like most of them will be around 24 to 30. And then there's the rare version of them, which will be like 30 to 40. Like 30 to 40, 35 to 45 or something. So that's where you start to make your money back, is via the rarities coming in and such. So these ones, the professional can probably be 24. Athletes can be 18. Casuals could be 10. 10, 18, 24, 30. Let's bump these to 12. That should work. All right. Oh, coffee is so good. Might have to get another one when the ads roll around. Actually, have the ads rolled around? No, they're here in 5 minutes. All right, cool. Cool story. Like, what's other stuff that we should have available in the shop? Hydrate. Got it. Thank you for the water. Hydrate for the coffee. Yeah. Gotta shout out. Gotta shout out the one and only Fiera. So you're a professional, Bobble. Oh, there's the ads. Something like that. Conan O'Bobble, I think, is going to be more expensive. At about like 32, 45, and 70 for the rare. Because the scaling's going to be difficult, because the legendary one, or the enchanted one, that's probably going to be like, for Conan, that's going to be like 120 or something. Whereas for, the slap? No, not the slap. For the Pac-Man, it's probably going to be like 160. 170. But these aren't the most expensive ones yet. Yeah. I figure out the most expensive ones. Do I want another coffee? That's the question. I don't think I do. I think I want to hold off. I don't want to fall back into the habit of having 2 coffees a day. Ugh. Ugh, that's too much. Alright, while the ads are playing, let's do some game duel. What game do you want to start with, chat? Throw one out. It could be... I don't know. Stanley Parable. Yeah, well, let's start with Stanley Parable. Why not? Alright, it is a single player game. Before 2013, that is not first person, not indie, not comedy, and not on PC. Could be a racing game that was only available on console. Ocarina of Time. Okay. It looks like it is available on Nintendo. Third person single player fantasy, 99 to 2012. It's not published or developed by Nintendo, so it's got to be done by a different one. Raving Rabbids. No, it is 2006 though. It is 2000. It looks like it's a Wii U game. And it's an RPG. We know it's an RPG fantasy from 2006. It's not going to be Fable, because Fable was just Xbox, right? Or Fable 2 at least. Metroid? Which Metroid is third person? Because I know there's Metroids that are side view. You just want that. Oh, now that's not third, that's a side view. Alright, Sammy. You've just wasted a guess. Thanks. God damn it, Sammy. You're also 20 years off on that. What if we try... It's not a platformer, but it is an RPG. RPG 2006 single player. On Nintendo, but not by Nintendo. I feel this is going to be like a Capcom game or something. You know? What the hell is Telos? Ah, The Legend of Zelda. Right. Yeah, no, we've already guessed A Legend of Zelda, and it's the wrong franchise and saga. I don't know, Sammy. For all I know, there's a game called Telos. There's some weirdly named games out there. Let's try... Let's see if we can get theme and genre. What if it's... What if it's something like GoldenEye? Okay, so it's not a shooter. It's not on Nintendo 64. So we know we're looking at something like a Wii or a Wii U game, or something released on GameCube and Xbox 360 and PlayStation 2, that kind of thing. It's an in-house engine. It's not on Xbox or anything, so it seems like it's just a Nintendo game. A fantasy historical 2006 single-player third-person game. Only on Nintendo. What historical... Oh! No, it's not Kingdom Hearts. It's definitely not Kingdom Hearts. It is an RPG adventure. Okay, so it's on PlayStation 2. And it's on the Wii or the Wii U. Or GameCube. No, Wii or the Wii U. Because there's no GameCube here. That could be PlayStation 2. There's no PlayStation 2 GameCube here. The Wii U. PlayStation 2. Final Fantasy? On the PlayStation, yeah, PlayStation 2 and the Wii U. Kind of error? Yeah. RPG fantasy historical. RPG fantasy historical. The hell's an RPG fantasy historical game? Why am I stumped by this? Is it like Prince of Persia or something? No, because it's not a platformer. I don't know. RPG fantasy. We're not getting this one. Oh, that's probably what it is. What? Spit it out. Prince of Persia? No, because Prince of Persia's a platformer. Yeah, it's not a Prince of Persia. I don't know. Let's do... I don't know. Oh, Okami. Yeah, no, I was never getting that. Wii, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3. Alright. Fair enough. That's a tough one. It is. It very much is. How you doing, Connexus? How are you doing? The auto shout out worked. It doesn't work. That was so I've got this. I got this button. This here's a button. I just press that and it does the shout out automatically. So yeah. Yeah, I've got backup plans. So if something doesn't work, I can generally trigger it manually. I've got the same thing for TTS, where if the TTS fails, I can do I can like copy the message and do it manually. I like to be prepared. Did I hear you dropped your demo yesterday? I didn't have a chance to go check. No, I haven't dropped it yet. We're working towards getting things set up for a closed beta. So what I want to do is I want to get a few things in here fixed and like reworked a little bit. And once I've got that done, put a build up on Steam and then open it up for people to request access to playtesting. And then people in chat can be like, hey, I've just requested, and I can like authorize them to playtest it and they can give me feedback through Discord. And then I can fix bugs and whatnot and keep doing 3D modeling and stuff up until February. And then in February, we release a demo and get that put up for Steam Next Fest. And then after that, we keep working on it, keep bug fixing, adding new features and stuff, and then release the full game around about May. Yeah. So, yeah. Do I need to be good at leak coding? No, you do not. Well, I mean, it depends on where you're going to be interviewing. If you're going to be interviewing at like Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, those kinds of places, then yes, you need to be good at leak coding because they're going to ask you those types of questions in your interview. But if you're applying for a job, for jobs at regular companies that do normal programming and don't care about hypothetical situations that will never happen, no, you don't need to worry about it. Never heard about leak coding outside of interviews? Yeah. Leak coding is very much... like, the only reason leak coding is used for interviewing is because it gives the interviewer an insight into how you approach problems. Gives them an insight into your problem-solving sort of approach. But at the same time, the problems they're presenting are not problems you're going to come across anyway. So it's like, does it really matter? No. Problem solving, communication, mastery of a contained topic, algos. But that's the thing, like you can have a mastery of a contained topic on algorithms and then go do a leak coding question and it's like, the hell is this? In what world would this scenario ever happen? And also the communication part. I disagree with the communication part. Because through leak coding, you're using a lot of technical terminology. I avoid technical jargon. I completely avoid technical jargon. The reason why is because when I'm speaking to people, it doesn't matter if they are in the business side or the technical side or wherever they are. It's that they'll understand me. You'll fail the coding interview when you don't communicate your thought process. You can communicate your thought process perfectly fine without doing leak coding. Like, I have never once gone into an interview and had someone ask me a leak code problem. Like, not once. No interview I've had has ever asked me leak coding problems. It's only the large billion, trillion dollar companies that are going to ask you those questions. And personally, I'm never going to work at those companies because I don't want to waste my life working for them 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. The money is good. Yeah, the money's good, but when are you going to spend it? Oh, what, you're gonna get a bunch of money now so that you can spend it when you're 60? Like, I would rather work 9 to 5, have money, not a ton of money, but have money to live comfortably, and go out and do fun stuff and hang out with friends and, you know, work on my own stuff. Yeah. You drop out after 4 to 5 years and start your own business. Yep. So you're going to be one of the people that starts your own business and then fails and then you have no money again after 5 years of trying to run your own business that goes into the ground because you have no business acumen. And then you go back and work for those companies for another 4 to 5 years, and then you end up retiring at the age of 70 because you have no money, because you didn't save anything up, because you kept trying to start your own businesses, and yeah. Very few of them are actually have successful businesses. You hear about the success stories. You hear about the success stories, you don't hear about the failures. So everyone's like, oh my god, I should get a job for these large billion-dollar companies because then I'll be able to start a business and become rich. It's like, no. Chances are you won't become rich. That's true for anyone who attempts a business? Correct. Correct. People fall into the trap of thinking that just because it's worked for someone else, it's going to work for them. But I know that I have no business acumen. So I'm never going to try and start my own full business where I'm hiring employees and dealing with clients and stuff like that. No. Never doing that because I know it's not going to work out. I am not at all under any sort of illusion that those companies try to put you in. This here is what we need. Leak code's just a barrier of entry. After passing it, the works pretty much the same as in any other company. Yeah, but the problem is you have to waste a lot of your time learning the leak code stuff. It's not just about going into the interview and answering the leak code stuff. It's about spending hours and hours and hours of your personal time going through leak code questions just so that you may pass the 4th stage of an 8-stage interview process. It is a waste of time. If you are an adult that has passed and obtained a degree, and you're not able to effectively communicate things to people without doing dozens of hours of leak code problems, you've got some other problems there that you need to work on. Let's see. Pricing. That's what we're doing. What pricing can Barbara have? We'll put Barbara at 2150, I think. Bump you to 32. And 46. Actually, yeah. Because how much were you? You were 20. And we'll go 55. Right? Yeah. Yeah, that'll work for your pricing. I tried to start a drone inspection business, but also still had a 40-hour-a-week job and had zero time to bother looking for clients. I did like 3 roof inspection jobs in 2 years and made maybe $2,000 before tax. Didn't even pay off my drone. 8 months into the interview process. Yeah, I remember a tech lead that I was working with went for a job interview at Atlassian in Australia. And they had to go through 7 stages of interviews over multiple months. And as soon as I heard that, I was like, what don't they know after 3 interviews? After 3 interviews, they know what you're like as a person. they know your technical skills, and they've spoken to you via, like, that you've spoken to their HR, you've spoken to the management, and you've spoken to the team that you'd be working with. What else? Like, what do they need to know? You've done the technical interview, you've done the culture fit interview, you've done the business and HR interview. Why are we wasting an extra 2 months here? Like, just tell me if I've got the job or not. Back when I went to work for an F500 company, I just wanted them to sit me in a room with a terminal and tell me to program something. Let me prove I know what I'm doing. Instead, whiteboard theoretical crap that was just about useless in the actual position. But what can you do? So, like, obviously sitting someone in a room with a terminal and getting them to do something isn't valid for an interview, because that doesn't show if you can communicate with people. It doesn't show how you work with others or anything like that. It doesn't show how you interact with the people you're reporting into and the people that report into you. So I get the need for having 2 or 3 interviews. Yeah. But anything more than 3 interviews, if a company tells me after my first interview, okay, so the next thing we'll do is we'll go through this, and then, you know, there'll be a 5-stage interview process after this. At that point in time, I'm immediately like, nah, bye. I'm not sticking around for a 5-month interview, for a 5-round interview process. Goodbye. Who's this one? This is Sophie Science. Make you like 28. 42. Say 63. $68. I should probably put all of these into a spreadsheet. And kind of check that their pricing's valid. What really pissed me off with interviews was how they would look down on my lack of degree. And then when I worked with a team, I was running circles around their CS grads and constantly being held up by them. It wasn't a fair comparison because I've been doing it for 20 plus years, but still hard for me to not want to piss on degrees. That's fair. It's because they have a shitty process. Normally it takes a screening with a recruiter and then 3 to 4 rounds depending on seniority. For an entry-level position, it might be 3 or 4 rounds. But every position above that I've interviewed for companies in like 1st round interviews where they've told me that it's like a 6-stage process or a 5-stage process, stuff like that. And at that point in time, I've just been like, nah, I'm not putting myself through that much of a process. Bye. And I've spoken to a bunch of other people. I've worked with a bunch of other people that have gone to jobs at like these large companies, or like gone to interviews for these large companies, and they've gone through like 5-6 rounds of interviews. I'm talking about Fang, where they have a reason to do structured interviews with Wheat Code. No, they don't. They don't have a reason. They have an excuse. Their excuse is, we're a large company that makes a shit ton of money, and we need to justify employing these 400 people that are doing interviews. Like, that's And because they're a large company, like if your interview process is a 6-stage interview process that is dragged out over multiple months, imagine what your work process will be like. Your work process is going to be similar, where everything takes forever to go through and get approved by 4 levels of management before you start working on it. And then when you start working on it, it's going to go through like 12 stages of production before you actually get any features released. And it's just going to be a nightmare. Because at that point, you've got so many people looking over everything. Ugh. It's a nightmare. It's annoying enough working at a normal company where you've got like 2 managers looking at stuff, slowing the entire process down just because they disagree with each other. Let alone go into a large company that's got like a layer of 8 managers. And then all of a sudden one of them disagrees with something. So you've got to go through another series of meetings just to resolve that. Officer Oscar. Give me 25. You know what? I think I am going to put these into a... what do you call it? Into a spreadsheet of sorts. Don't have anyone installed, so I'm gonna have to... What if... I'm just wondering if I set up something so that I give them a base price. Now I have that adjust on the very first day, so that it's randomized, and that can be part of the loading process on a new game. What up, Mert? Look at that 7-day stream streak. Lovely. Good night, Mert. They probably sit there and high-five themselves, acting like they're culling out all the week as you leave. I'll be honest, I fall in a weird area. I have far more skill than the positions I would be filling, but I don't have theoretical high-end education to build on. So I fully get I'm a statistical outlier. I guess that's why I feel much better as an indie dev working on my game, because I'm not held back by anybody and not limited by what I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, there was such a large period where... So when I was a web dev contractor, there was so much of my time wasted. Like, I'm glad I was working from home for a lot of it. Like, I'd go into the office once a week sort of thing. But I was working from home the other 4 days a week. I'm glad that I was working from home the other 4 days of the week. Because for the first hour or two of the day, I would be actually working. After that, it would be, okay, this work is completed. It's ready for testing. It's assigned to QA. They're going to pick it up and test it when they're available. I can't pick up these other tasks because I'm waiting on people to respond to my questions, but the people that are responding to the questions, I gotta wait for them to come out of meetings, or for them to have a meeting with other people to get an answer, which that's not gonna happen today. So I end up sitting there for the second half of the day, just doing nothing. It's going good, Mert. It's going good. I'm trying to figure out how to get the pricing for the bobbleheads to be set up. So, my experience is always good with structured interviews. Structured interviews, like, you can have a structured interview that is 3 interviews long. Like, the term structured interviews is meaningless. I went from 75 to 135 because of being able to leak code. Congrats. Anyone that knows what they're doing can make that jump. Like, it's not because you were able to leak code. It's because you know what you're doing. Like, I got an offer from Spotify later at Reddit for the same reason, which doubled my TC again. All because I trained for 3 rounds of structured interviews. Overall, it was well worth it for me personally, but I've always loved data structure and algorithms, but everyone is different. Like, you can love data structure and algorithm. Like, just because you do leak code doesn't make you any better or worse than other people going for the interviews. All it does is it makes the interviewers find people that are willing to spend their time doing things that aren't necessarily going to improve their work. So the time you spent learning leak code stuff, you could have spent improving your real world capabilities. So, like, that's all that's happened. So they're finding people that are good at interviewing, but not necessarily good at the actual work they're going to be doing. That's as you're pointing out, leak code helps you pass interviews. Just because you can pass the interview doesn't mean those people then know how to do the work. That's what does really frustrate me with indie devs is the amount of, like, I can't do that because it's hard mindsets. That's true. That's true. If anyone that's in programming says, oh, no, you can't do that, you need to tell them, no, you're a programmer. You can make it do that. It may be hard, but you just need to make it do that. I never understood, when doing web dev, people going to designers and saying, oh, we can't build the site to do that. It's like, no, we can. We can build the site to do that. It's just you don't want to because it's going to take an extra 2 days. It's like you have a god complex almost, right? I mean, you can make almost anything. Why would you hold back? Exactly. Exactly. Like, I understand people not wanting to spend 6 months making something just to get this one aspect of their game working. That's fine. But for someone to say that you can't do something, it's like, no, you can. You just can't be bothered. There's a difference there. AI is an entirely different beast. To get into Fang with AI, you must be well published. Be a PhD, fresh from university or industry veteran. It's insane competition. I'd rather leak code. I was working on a training model to look at mortgage applications and figure out if there was a way to detect ones that would be approved early in the cycles. So building a tokenized system to train on and see if we could get the results. I may be using the wrong terminology, but hopefully that makes sense. I think us devs are just desperate to do something outside of those drag and drop builders in WordPress. Fucking. That's one reason why. You know those web dev companies that are like, oh, like we have clients that we make websites for, and they pay us to like make the website and maintain it and such. I never work for those companies. I refuse to work for them because they all use something like WordPress, if not WordPress themselves. And it's a nightmare. Give me a job where I can do the web dev myself without dealing with WordPress. Alright, so all I need to do here I'm gonna go, what are you looking for? Professional hero villain. Oh my god, it's a headless headhunter. What's going on, you gidunt? How are you? Let me get you added into my stream title here. Someone pointed out, Headless, that I should be afraid of you. I also don't have a custom shout out from you. I don't have a custom shout out for you yet. What do you want your custom shout out to be, Headless? Yeah, we are tinkering around. We're currently looking at the pricing for all of these bobbleheads. And what I want to do is I want to put all of the prices into a spreadsheet for each of the categories and make sure that they're like going up on a curve. Like the average price is going up on a curve. So the hero and villains are worth more than the casual ones. And there's like yeah. Great mustache. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just wait until you see it in tonight's stream. So I stream twice a day. This is the first one for the day. And in my second stream, the one I do tonight, the mustache is going to look even better because I'm going to have time to tidy it up in between streams. Whereas I kind of woke up this morning and kind of got it looking okay, but, you know. Let me copy this here. Go Headless Headhunter. Bam. Bam. Look at that. How good is it? Oh, let's get this beard combed for you. Thank you, Mert. I haven't actually combed this today. Ah, feels better. Ah, that feels much better. So what have you been up to, Headless? Got a raid and run? Get lunch before a meeting? Ooh, fun. Well, I hope you have a fantastic day. I hope lunch is delicious. And thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. What we're doing here, everyone, is we are working on the Bobble Shop Simulator right there, which you can go wishlist on Steam if you want to be a fantastic Giduns. Please do. I'm not above begging. Please go wishlist and follow. Please. Just please. We are getting things organized for our Steam playtest in December. So we're getting the data set up, we're getting pricing and experience calculations to be kind of okay. Fixing up some bugs, getting some features put in and stuff. And then getting the playtest sometime around mid-December. Alright. And then we'll have a full demo released in February, just in time for Steam Next Fest. There we are. And don't forget, we've got a... What's the date today? 20th. We have a birthday stream in 1 month and 1 week. The 27th of December. I'm going to, every year, I give chat the opportunity to support the channel enough to get me to shave the beard. Not the mustache, just the beard. Okay? Just that. So, yeah. We didn't hit it last year, so the price has gone up because there's been another year of growth. If we don't hit it this year, then next year's birthday stream, it's going to be even more. So, do it now while it's cheap. My family doesn't recognize me if they can see my chin. No way I'm gonna risk getting locked out of my own house. Alex Anger, Karen. The Slap. Barrel Boy. The Pac-Man. Now, I need to... do that. Do. Price. Finding enough points to throw them all away. Lovely to see. Love it. Bumbletooth. Burstable. Burstable's another one. Backed checker. We got 2, 4, 6, 8. The politician. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more. So all of the... One thing you need to know about all of the heroes and villains. The villains are different types of Karens. Okay? So, for example, the reason why we have the politician is because of Sane, California. Democratic representative is because of this person. No, not them. Not them. Who was it? Who was it? Who was it? You know the one I'm talking about. Why are they insane? I'm not huge in politics. It's just the way they behave. What was it? Insane. Democratic. Or insane. Democrat. Representative for California. It's not Barbara Lee. Who was it? It was some other insane. Like there was. Who was it? Not them. Not Claire McCaskill. No, it's none of these people. Who was it? Maybe they got it all, like, expunged or something. I don't know. There was one lady.
Hello, Doctor, Mr. Sir, PhD, floating head.
California Democrat that yells at staff for being on camera. Katie Porter. This one. Katie Porter. She's the inspiration. I mean, you look at Katie Porter and you're like, oh my god, that's a Karen. So that's who the politician is based on. Haven't heard of that one. I've shot videos for work with both salute. I don't know who either of those people are. The only reason I know of this person is because there was stuff of them going viral where they were in an interview and they were being asked questions, and they like got annoyed that they were being asked those questions, and the reporter was like, these are the exact same questions I've asked all the other representatives.
Not
like
political at all, but she looks like she wants to speak to your manager without having her to say anything.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, even though they clarified, these are the same questions that all like everyone running for office has been asked, they were like, no, I'm not going to answer. And then they eventually just left the interview because they didn't want to deal with those questions. And it's like, you suck as a politician because clearly you can't deal well under pressure. And it's like having a video interview. Someone walks in the background and they just start yelling at them, telling them to get out of the shot and stuff. It's 99% of our government right now. It's 99% of every government. Governments are just becoming a bunch of different Karens, both male and female. How do you manage to Karen yourself out of an interview? Who knows? You're talking about a relatively minor crackpot. I was thinking you were talking bigger than that. Oh no, this is just the tip of the iceberg for that one. Because like I'm not making it a crackpot politician. I'm making it a politician that is also a Karen. You've got to find a politician that acts like a Karen, not acts like an insane person. There is a distinction there, okay? Okay, acting like an insane person can be someone smoking meth, riding a crocodile, okay? That's insane. Acting like a Karen is losing your shit over something that does not matter, and also declaring that you are correct in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
She does not want 7 follow-ups for each question. Seems like she does not want to talk or converse it.
Exactly. That is exactly right. So yeah, that was the inspiration. Manager Mel. $2K away from hot sauce? Nice. I just now managed to flash the ISO on the USB stick, having my AV or Windows complain.
Does she know what an interview is?
I don't think so. I do not think so. Business Betty. Who else was there? Chef Caesar, Clark Lenz. Officer Oscar, Walter Flo, Tracy Pills. Nuclear Nathan and Barbara McMotorboat. Yeah, I miss the days of when politics were about politics. I miss those days. The days where things actually got done. You know? The days when politicians were like, we know that you want to keep this thing, but at the same...
Search her name and then Halloween costume.
But then, like, we know that you want this thing that's bad for you. We get that. But at the same time, we're going to stop you from having this thing that's bad for you because it's bad for you. And you're going to hate us for the next month or so. But in the long term, you will see that, hey, your medical bills have gone down because you're not, you know, you're not screwing yourself over by having all this bad stuff. Yeah, your income is better because you're not wasting your money on all this bad stuff, you know. I miss those days. I miss those days of politics. I miss the days when nothing happened for a whole day. Yep. Judoka Milos Teines Football. Coach Barnett, Andre Anderson, Jackie Jawbreaker. Larry Kent, Kurt Rail, Danny Bundle. Danny Bundle. Harry Armstrong. Alright. Last ones. You know, Prime Minister? God, no. God, no. Is Prime Minister like President for not the US? So, Prime Minister is what we have in countries that have a royal family. So, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, all of those countries that still exist under the British monarchy. We have our own government that has a Prime Minister. That Prime Minister is the head of our government. And then there's the ruling, like the royal family above them. But essentially, the way it works in these countries is you don't vote for your Prime Minister. Okay? You vote for your local members of parliament. Like, so you vote for your Senate, you vote for your parliament members, you vote for your local council and stuff like that for your area. Whichever political party has like majority or has control of the lower house, the parliament, the leader of that political party is Prime Minister. And that person can be replaced if the party feels that they are not doing their job. So there have been times where after 12 months of a political group being in charge, they've replaced the Prime Minister because it's that they weren't doing the job that they were hoping they'd do. How many people make up a party? If you have two people running under the same party name, then that's the party. We do have independents as well. So there are independent members of parliament. They usually exist in the Senate, though. But yeah, yeah. It's wild that we're in 2025 and there are still royal families. So royal families only exist as figureheads these days. That's all. Nothing else. If the royal family tried to interfere in Australian politics, Australia would probably very quickly secede and become a republic. Do you have branches of government? Yeah. Like, we still have two houses of government. The Parliament House, the lower house, and the upper house for the Senate. So we still have the lower house and the upper house, the same as America has, like, as their Senate and their, what is it, Congress? Is it Congress and Senate in America? And then you've got the same three branches of governing. So you've got the judicial branch, the justice branch, all that kind of stuff. You've still got all of that in Australia. All right, we're looking for a shooter or an RPG. Legislative, executive, and judicial. We've got similar. I'm trying to remember what our executive branch was. So we've got we've got Parliament, Executive, and Judiciary. So Parliament is the Parliament. They're the ones that make legislation and law and such. The Judiciary is the judgments about law, so courts and the legal system. And then the Executive puts the law into action, which is made up of Prime Minister and the ministers, so their cabinet, the people they've appointed as like, you know, the finance minister and stuff like that. But it's also made up of the king, the prime minister, and the ministers. But obviously in Australia, we don't directly deal with the royal family. We have what's called the Governor General. And the Governor General is essentially a member of Parliament who is appointed to be the signatory and the basically intermediary between the royal family and Parliament, sort of thing. So if there's any legislation going into effect, it needs to be signed by the royal family, by the king or queen, whoever's in charge. But we have the Governor General do that on their behalf. So, yeah. Basically the same, but different names. Toyota Anime. What is... Let's go Toy Story 3. Alright, so looking for a third-person game. This isn't Neon White, is it? It's a fantasy RPG. It's not a shooter, so... sorry, it's a fantasy action. It's not a shooter, so it's an RPG that has third person and something else. Thanks for the lurk, Vongo. So, RPG, third person, not single player. It's not single player. It's only multiplayer. So this could be Final Fantasy XIV, maybe? It's a 2013 game. It's an RPG with third person. Third person and isometric. Third person and isometric. That rules out. I was gonna say War Thunder, but yeah. RPG fantasy. Nah, it's not Path of Exile, because...
Path of Exile.
Like, does Path of Exile have third person? No, Path of Exile does not have third person. As much and as long as I have been gaming, this game is just, like, impossible for me. I just don't play enough different games, I think. What game? What game is impossible for you? Oh, you're talking about GameDo itself. GameDo itself, yeah. Final Fantasy 14. No, it's not a Final Fantasy game. It's not a Final Fantasy game. Wrong franchise and saga. Third person and isometric. Dragon Age. Inquisition. Okay, it's not a Dragon Age. Elder Scrolls Online. It's not Elder Scrolls. It's not Elder Scrolls Online because it's not Bethesda publishing. Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls has been out for a while. 2014. 2014 is when Elder Scrolls was released. So, yeah. ESO has been around for so goddamn long. I played the shit out of that from like 2014 to 2017. I don't know. This is our last guess too. An RPG fantasy. I don't know. No, because it needs to be multiplayer. It's the multiplayer only thing that's getting me caught up. It makes me feel like it's an Among Us or something like that. But obviously Among Us doesn't have third person. So, it's not going to be Fall Guys. It's not going to be Roblox. It's not going to be Minecraft. I don't know. I don't think it's Genshin because I think Genshin is similar to like ESO, like Final Fantasy 14 Online and Warframe and such, where there is a single player element to it. Dota 2! I keep forgetting that Dota has a third person perspective. I keep forgetting that. Jesus. So annoying. Annoying Annie Bald Bobby Bobble Ross. Casey Womp, Discount Dora. Oldie Locks Relaxing Randall Gobble. What else was that? Relaxing Randall. There we go. All right. So. Let's change these. How can I make these a type? Number, decimal. Oops. Alright, so these here Be this one here. No. Sum that. There we go. So. I want to create a pivot table. Is this? Get rid of that. Go. Casuals. Athletes. Professionals. And hero villain. Average price. What up, Felix? Thanks for the lurk. Much appreciated. This here. Want to average those. Okay. So if we set this to 10, 17, 12, 11, 12, 25, 9, 1580. $10.50, $8.50, 12. So I feel that's a good average price point. What is that? I got back into Animal Jam and everything is shambolic because of it. Thanks for the lurk, Dramier. Much appreciated. Got into Animal Jam and then everything just went haywire. That ain't good. Judoka Milos, we can pop you at about 16. Tayness, bump you up to about 19, 20. Football, 2100. Coach Barnett, 18. Andre Anderson, 1850. Jackie Jawbreaker, 2450. Larry Kent can be 1850. Maybe 1875. Kurt Rail, 20. Danny Bundle can be 1900. Harry Armstrong can be 1700. 1995. Liking a 15-year-old Flash game sucks. They totally can't add anything new without destroying the code. So they only release recolors. Ouch. That's right, Lysic. The fancy floating beard is live. And we're working out our pricing for this stuff here. So, yeah, we've got like a couple that are real expensive, a couple that are pretty good. But I need to fine tune it so that this is somewhere around 11. $1 billion. I see at least 2 V-Bucks. Ew. Ew. It's 70. Discount Dora can be 10. I reckon that's good. So the average is 1168. And we have these 4. These 4 are above average for the load price. But I also need to take into account the higher rarities that are also going to be more expensive. Does the game have any laser sharks? I could add... I could have a hero or villain who is a shark man. And they have a laser beam on their freaking head so that they can give the villains, or the Karens in this case, a lobotomy. What do you reckon? What do you reckon? They can be a doctor. On a fun note, I decided to ditch Neovim and move to Emacs. Gosh, I didn't know I was able to just ditch like 3 apps at once due to that. Yep. That'll happen. That will happen. Doctorate in lasers. You know it. You know it. What can they be called? The big bad boy could fire laser sharks at people that fires more laser sharks. They have a cannon that fires laser sharks, and the laser on the laser shark fires more laser sharks that have lasers that fire more laser sharks. It's just an infinite Russian nesting doll of laser sharks. I like this idea. And then the laser sharks get down to a point where they are so small that they just like enter your bloodstream through your skin. And then just like, yeah. Good luck stopping that. Doc Laser. His major attack is called I'm firing my laser. Now, it's spelled like that, okay? Doc Laser. No, I want it to be... Doc Labot. Lobot. Okay. Lobot. Okay. Doc Labot. I believe I'm lost. How are you lost? Doc Lolbot. Now, Doc Labot, because he uses Doctor Shark that uses the laser on its head to give the disagreeables lobotomies. I love it. What's going on, Behemoth? I'm beating this annoying super boss 100 times. So far, I've done it 23 times. Game tells you how many times I've been. I don't know what game you're playing, Behemoth. I remember you mentioning that a few times yesterday, and I was like, what boss? What boss are we talking about? You can be 13. You can drop down to 910. Bald Bobby can be 960. In this game I'm playing, you slow down a shotgun bullet to completely dodge it. Like, how do you do that? The bullet still goes through. Interesting. 100% profit increase, Easter egg, where every shark is... What? I thought I was creative. How do you come up with this? Honestly, I throw so much shit at the wall that eventually something's gonna form. There's gonna be something good at some point. You know? It's not about... So, being creative isn't about coming up with, isn't about every idea you come up with being an amazing idea. Right? You don't want every idea you come up with being an amazing idea. That's not how being creative works. Being creative is coming up with 100 ideas, and one of those ideas is good. If you find good places to get beta testers, please share. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up testing. I'm going to set up play testing through Steam. And then I'm going to have people request access through that. But the only people I'm going to give access to play testing through Steam are people that are in chat that say, hey, I want to test your game and whatnot. And then I'll make sure those people are in the Discord so that they can give feedback through the category. And if I don't hear from them in like a week with any feedback or bugs or whatnot, then I will remove them from the playtest. Not just opening the floodgates. Exactly, Lysik. Exactly. I don't use Discord. Unfortunate. I need... you got to be able to give me feedback. If you can't give me feedback, then there's no point in you playtesting. It's just how it is.
So technically, I could be a playtester.
Technically. There we go. I like that. I like that spread. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10 that are, well, 5 out of 10 that are below. What up, Cankles? How you doing? Also, let me hit you with that, Gamian. But my best feedback comes from Discord voice chat and coordinated playtest streams.
And let no one see it.
Have a habit of breaking games catastrophically, even when there's nothing to break, so I'm afraid of playing anything that's not finished. That's fair. And if I were a playtester, would I have to close my window blinds and let no one see in? No. That's playtesting without being able to give you feedback is like is like inventing a law that you couldn't even break. Basically. I like to break stuff. What's this? This spreadsheet here, Cankles, is we're trying to identify what our pricing is going to be in-game for each of our bobbleheads. So, like, our hero and villain bobbleheads should be the most expensive. Our professional bobbleheads should be second most expensive, and then athletes, and then casual. I want to get it so that 50% of the bobbleheads in each category are beneath, like at least 50% are beneath. Like if I set this to 10 there, and I bump you up to 13, drop you down to 980, because I want to have it that the way you make your money is through the rarer bobbleheads, not the cheaper bobbleheads. You know, hero villain ones should be not paid, in my opinion. I feel like they should be unlocked by specific things. No, so you start off only being able to purchase the casual bobbleheads. Okay. And from there, once your store reaches a certain level, you can unlock the athlete bobbleheads. And then eventually you get to a point where you've got enough money coming in and your store's a high enough level that you can unlock the hero villain bobbles. Alright. So that's how it works. It's a progression thing. Let me guess, the evil bobblehead corporation called Bobbles that sell bobbles. Nah. So, the hero villain bobbles, they are characters from an in-universe comic book series. Okay? So, all of this are characters from the in-universe comic book series. Called Agreeables. The heroes are the Agreeables, the villains are the Disagreeables. The villains are Karens, hence Disagreeables. Yeah. So yeah, that's the idea. But back to what you said, Gamian. Best feedback comes from Discord voice chat and coordinated playtest streams. Since mine's not a multiplayer game, and people can play it, like people can play this on their own in their spare time. It's not a game that they have to play fast or anything like that. So just playing it here and there, providing feedback whenever possible and such. That's really all I need. But yeah, if I'm not getting feedback from someone after a week, it's like, well, I'm just going to remove that then. How do you even go about establishing a baseline like this? you just start by identifying, like, kind of just create a baseline. It doesn't matter what it is, just create the baseline. And then you fine tune it as you go. It's not going to be perfect straight off the bat. You have to adjust it over and over. Constructive feedback. Don't be rude about it. Am I right? Exactly. Exactly. If all your feedback is I don't like the game, I think it's shit. It's like that. I can't act on that. What didn't you like about it? Why wasn't it fun? What would you like to see added that would make it more fun? You know? And if their feedback is, I think this game would be more fun if you could fight people, then it's like irrelevant feedback because it's not a fighting game. It's a shop sim. So... and you have to be able to... to separate constructive feedback from irrelevant feedback. Yeah. But what if I want to be a thief? Well, if you want to be a thief, then you don't play a shop management simulator. Yeah. I hate it when people be so constructive. It's just calling the game garbage. Like, the graphics aren't the problem. The gameplay is you want me to make a boss fight in it. Yeah. You should create a testing framework for the testers. I mean, I just want them to play it. I want them to play it. I don't want to give them any guidelines or anything like that. I want to be like, play it the way you play these games. You know, what breaks? What breaks from how you play the game? Yeah. Is the way you do something going to break the logic that I've put in any way? Yeah. And then also get them to give me feedback of, based on other games you've played, what are the controls like? You know? Like, do the controls not feel right based on other sims and stuff like that? Am I right in saying this? I've never played this type of game before. I think that's even more helpful for you. What's that? Maybe a poll at the end. Say playtest for 3 weeks. Then in the 4th week, send out the poll. What would the poll have? I feel like maybe sending out a questionnaire. Sending out a questionnaire instead of a poll. Maybe the questionnaire can have some rating stuff in there, being like, you know, that's what you meant. Okay, cool. I thought you meant like a poll that was, yeah. Like, yeah. I'd rather put the poll inside the playtest time, close to the end. Else people will just ignore it. That's true. Dream World, the last game you will ever play. Sounds like a threat. How did you find the tutorial? Did it give you all the information to play the game? Do you have to sign an NDA? No. There's not going to be an NDA. What was missing from the tutorial sections? Yeah. I don't want to have an NDA because, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. You are officially a gedunt. And that means you get to tell people you're a gedunt. Good C word is what that stands for. Tell people, shout it from the rooftops. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not going to have people sign an NDA for it because I want the people playtesting it. I want them to be able to play test it on stream. If they're a streamer, I want them to play test it on stream. Because that way, if they experience a bug, there's a stream that has how that bug came about. Like what they did. I have video of it happening. You know? Also, if they stream their playtesting of it, it gets more people seeing it. More people see it. More wish lists. I never understood the NDA behind playtesting something. This isn't like a horror game or anything, so a secret playtest doesn't really make sense in this aspect. Exactly, Cankles. Like, it's only... Like, I can only see an NDA being if there was like a... If it was a puzzle game, and you don't want to give away the puzzles. You know? NDA makes sense if it's not ready for a public audience. Not at all. Not at all. Because I may give it to people to playtest, but there may be people watching that playtest that like say, oh, hey, it might be a good idea to add this, or maybe you should remove this and stuff like that. Like that. People watching people playtest it can also give their input without actually playtesting it. Please not do the Slime Ranch 2 thing, where you get like 2 cents for selling something. No. If you don't care about money, AAA Studio, etc., then it makes sense if it's rough around the edges. Like, yeah, like... I remember when stuff for GTA 6 leaked, and it was very rough. Like, it was very rough. Like, there was... It was bad. But that's because it was in development. It was being worked on. This is like 3 years ago. 4 years ago. And people were like, oh my god, GTA 6 looks so crap. And it's like... They're building it. If you see a car in a factory being made, and all it has is the frame, are you going to say that the car is crap? No, because they're still building the damn thing. So it's like, it's feedback from those kinds of people that you need to be able to learn to just tune out. You have to be able to tune that stuff out. Otherwise, it's going to get to you. It's going to eat away at you. And it's going to do you more harm than good.
Depends on the car being built.
So we could do this, where we've got 3 that are more expensive than the average price point. What car are you referring to? Any car. The thing about Slime Rancher 2 is making money in it is painfully slow. Yeah, so that's kind of why I'm doing this stuff at the moment. So these three here are going to be the ones that are more difficult to find. But they're not going to be so difficult that they come up like once every 10 boxes that you open, you know? Or once every 50 boxes. It'll be, you'll get one of these every... Like, one of these every, like, box or 2 that you buy. You know? So that way... And then you've also got the shiny variations. Like, the rarer variants of all of these that you get that cost more. So you're buying each of the bobble boxes for around about $10. And then you're selling the bobbleheads you get. If they're just normal bobbleheads, they'll probably sell for slightly under $10. But the rare ones that you get, and the shiny ones that you get, and these 3 here that you get, those are the ones that you make your profit on. You know, because you're selling those for like, you're selling these ones for like $12, $13, $14. And then you're selling the shiny version of all of these for like $15 on average. And then the rare version of them for like $22, $23 on average. And that's where you make your money from buying each box for $10 roughly. So, how rare would a shiny be? I feel like shiny would be insanely rare. So the shiny is 1 in 10. So there's a 10% chance to get a shiny. There's a 1% chance to get a gold or a rare. And there's a 1 in 1,000 chance, I believe, to get an enchanted. And the enchanted one is like really expensive. That's where you really get money. I thought shiny similar to Pokemon. No. Slime Ranch 2 is overrated. Change my mind. The Gigi girl in it has main character syndrome. Their backstory is I'd be manipulated.
Who is Barbara McMotorboat supposed to be?
Barbara McMotorboat is a ship captain. They are a ship captain. So Barbara is the captain of a motorboat. How else would you take that, Oki? How else could that be interpreted? I see no other way that could be taken. Oh, there we go.
She got stuck with an unfortunate last name.
Why is it an unfortunate last name? For all you know, they changed their name to McMotorboat because they became a captain. Like, didn't even think about the last name. Captain of the Maccas. Maccas does not sell a motorboat. I mean, what? There's Football. They are a football player. Jackie Jawbreaker. They're a boxer. Tay Ness. They're a tennis player. Walter Flo. They are a plumber, I believe. They're a plumber. Clark Lenz is a photographer. Burstable, they're going to have a bubble for a head. Yep. I remember being really disappointed when Slime Rancher 2 released. Fair. I've only found out about Slime Rancher through... what do you call it? Frick. What was it called? The Thing. Gamedle. That's it. That's the only reason I found out about Slime Rancher. These would be funny to put as fast food names for them to yell. Your game guessing game. That's it. The game guessing game. Gamedle. Mr. Finpire. Mr. Finpire. Interesting name. You can drop down to 15. Maybe 16.50. You can be 17, 20. $23.50, $22.50. And then we just have Jeff. Yeah. His name Jeff. Wendy's go. A Wendigo, but it's a burger. Finpire uses AI thumbnails now, and Slime Rancher 2 for some reason has difficulty settings. I thought this was a cozy game, like having a boss fight in Stardew Valley. Why would Slime Rancher have a difficulty setting? Did it just make it more difficult to like wrangle the slimes or something? I want to drop it by another 7. Bam. There we go. Difficulty setting increases damage, but like, why? Yeah, that seems a little bit odd. You data in the sheet is doing my head in. Not normalized. It does need to be normalized. All I'm doing is like figuring this stuff out over here. Like, I want to make sure. So like 1030 is the average price of these. And these bobble boxes, we're going to sell them. We're going to start them at $10 market price. Yeah. So we go over here. We go. These ones here. $10. Athletes, $18. Perfect. Professionals, $24. And hero villain can be like $35. Professional, I can probably
How
make
about
that
adding
like
someone named Crispy
25.
Bacon?
How about adding someone Crispy Bacon? Nah. Maybe. What was the Wendigo one? There we go. I would have had bobble name, bobble type, bobble price. Then could use CSV imports to update game data. I wouldn't be able to use CSV import to update game data though, Mike, because all of this stuff is like its own. Like, we've got the prices here for them, but then we've also got the bobble scene, what size they are, the product image, all this type of stuff. And like, this is used for every item, not just for bobbleheads. So I would have to write an entire import tool and like figure all that stuff out. That's an extra 2 weeks of work to get all that stuff figured out, where manually doing all of this is not gonna cost me 2 weeks of time. So that was one of the things I found with everything at Godot Fest, was it was all interesting and entertaining, but it all kind of applied to if you're working in a team with multiple people, how to make your processes with multiple people more efficient. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't, like, it doesn't make sense for me to spend a week making a bunch of pipeline tools, which will save me 5 minutes every 4 days. Like, that doesn't make sense. I'm going to spend longer making the tool scripts than it'll actually take me to just manually do stuff every few days. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm probably... Like, for my next games, one of the things I'm going to do is kind of plan out what tools I need at the start and go, okay, I'm going to have this game data here. Let's create a tool so that I can create this data through something in the editor and like maybe have a CSV file where we can just like import all of the data sort of thing. But like that's sort of stuff that I will be doing. I'll do that for future projects. And that's just something that comes with experience. You go through the process and you're like, oh, this would be easier if I had have created this tool at the start. And then the next thing you do, you go, I need to create this tool at the start, because if I create it at the start, it'll save me more time down the track. If I create the tool in the middle, it's not going to save me more time. Because creating the tool in the middle would mean I would also have to go through and rework a bunch of data to work, like, so the tool that gets built works with the CSV file and the data structure we have works with the tool. And then everything that touches the data structure then also needs to be reworked and such. Yeah. It becomes a whole thing. What does everyone think of Valve's Steam machine? Do you think it's something that casual gamers that play Xbox and PlayStation would buy? The GameCube will be part of my living room. I plan to buy one to replace PC of almost exactly equal specs. Actually thinking about getting one. Me too. Because one thing I'm thinking about is like probably getting a Steam machine and have that purely for gaming, and then have this PC purely for streaming and programming and modeling and stuff like that. So then when I want to play games, I'll just have video pass through from the Steam machine to this PC, and I will be able to stream the gameplay but play it on a different machine, so that way I've got them separated. It will be just as much of a difference as the Steam Deck is when it comes to Linux and stuff. I don't expect any growth. But that's the thing. I don't think they're targeting Steam Machine for PC replacement. From what I've heard, like from the way I've heard it described, is it's going to be an affordable console replacement. It's shipping with SteamOS, so yes, they are. But they state, so if you have a look at SteamOS website thingamajig, they state here, users should not consider SteamOS as a replacement for their desktop operating system. It's a computer. An Xbox is a computer. A PlayStation is a computer. What's your point? Like, just because you can use this as a computer doesn't mean it's going to be sold as a replacement for a computer. I mean, your laptop is a computer. You're not going to use your laptop as a replacement for a desktop, though. There we go, Steam frame. Or Steam machine, sorry. Powerful PC gaming made easy. So like, yes, it's a PC in the sense that you can use it for a bunch of stuff, but it is specifically for gaming. It's designed to be a gaming device, and that's it. Yeah. Optimized for gaming. And it's a PC. Steam Machine is optimized for gaming, but it's still your PC. Yeah. So you can do this. Yeah, Lysec, you can do this. Like, you can do this with an Xbox. Like, what's your point? Like, just because you can use it as a PC doesn't mean it's a replacement for your PC. Yeah. Like, it's not a replacement for your desktop. It's that simple. And we're like, Steam Machine pricing. Do we have any information? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. We used to have several OG Xboxes or Zobox units that we used as render farms for 3D rendering. I think from memory, Pixar did the same in early years. Yeah. Like, you can use these devices as PCs. You can use Xboxes and PlayStations and such as PCs or as rendering devices or such. But just because you can use them as that, that doesn't mean that they are replacements for your desktop, especially at this price point. Like, at this price point, it's not a replacement for your PC. Like, you can get an entry-level 512 gigabyte model with a controller for $400 USD. That there is not going to be a replacement for your desktop. This here, the Steam Machine, is a console competitor. It's all guesstimations, though. Well, I mean, this is what they want. Like, this is all based on what Valve has said about the Steam Machine. they've said that they want it to be an affordable console replacement sort of thing. Yeah. And they're not going to have an affordable version. I guess affordable is $400 nowadays. Considering the next Xbox that's being released next year is going to be $1,000 plus, yes, $400 is affordable. Affordable is relative. Yeah, have you not heard that? Next gen Xbox price. Where are we? Flip side possibility that next gen Xbox comes with hefty price tag, more than the $650 you currently have to pay for a Series X. Look at the Xbox Ally, which is $1,000. And then, like, they came out and said that this thing... Yeah, Microsoft confirms the Xbox console will, with premium specs, justify its rumored $1,000 price tag. With a rumored price of around $1,000 and a release date expected in 2027, it's it's ridiculous. Industry reports and leaks have pointed to a price range of $900 to $1,200. So when you have that price tag and you have the Steam machine releasing for $400 to $1,000, depending on if you get a 512 to 2 terabyte version, the $400 version is very affordable. Gotta need that hefty price tag for LLM. Exactly. I feel like next Xbox will easily blow up. Closest thing to a video game I've ever made is a scratch game where you can click a penguin and a number goes up. Nothing else. That's an incremental game. I can imagine the new Xbox Series X will have a kick-ass GPU system so it can run AI systems. Yeah, it would need to. Because that's what Microsoft is about. Microsoft is all about AI stuff at the moment. Did you see the Unity and Unreal Epic partnership announcement last night? I have not. I have not. Unity and Epic Games together advance the open, interoperable future for video gaming. Unity and Epic Games announced today they're working together to bring Unity games into Fortnite, creating more opportunity and value for players and developers. Developers will have the ability to publish Unity games into Fortnite, one of the world's largest gaming ecosystems with more than 500 million registered accounts worldwide. Announcement today at Unite. Unity will bring Unreal Engine support to their cross-platform commerce platform. This will give Unreal Engine developers more choice for managing everything from their digital catalogs and payment providers to web shops across PC, mobile, and web. Yeah, fair enough. So you can now have Unity games published into Fortnite. What the heck is Epic's obsession with Fortnite? Who knows? Yeah, it's the money, Sammy. It's the money. They get a ton of money from skins that people buy. That's all it is. If you ever wonder why is a company spending like continuing to work on X, just think how much money do they make off of that? There you go. $24.94. That's a nice pricing spread. We have 1, 2, 3 that are above that, 1 that's even with it, and the rest are below it. But not by much. Not by much at all. There we go. That works. 5.7 billion to 5.82 billion according to Google. Crazy numbers. Yeah. You need a lot of money when you're suing Apple and Google constantly. I think I'll leave video game making to the experts for now. I mean, experts is very loose term to use, especially considering the experts would normally consider to be AAA companies. Look how terrible those games are doing at the moment. Sell to Singularity players, explaining how clicking the screen a whole bunch is gameplay. How you doing, Game Devable? Just saw the latest short. I found it really funny. Didn't catch you saying that in the stream. I liked it. I watched the session, and not one mention of their verse language. What's verse language? I'm assuming we're talking about Unity, Unreal stuff in terms of verse language. I want Barrel Boy, the Pac-Man, and Fumbletooth to be the most expensive ones here. So if we're looking at 35, we can probably put you at about 50. Put Fumbletooth at about 45. Put Karen. No, we'll put the Slap. No. The Pac-Man at about 47.70. Maybe pop you at about 32. 34. 30.50. Burstable, I reckon, will be popular. Politician can be like 2,800. Manager Mel can be 30. Fact Checker can be 29. Sell to Singularity tries selling you an ad-free version on PC. What? Can we get Oshia's one? No. It's Epic's cloud-based code language used in Fortnite. Interesting. Never heard it. Never heard of it. I do wonder, what's the, like, Godot game in Fortnite? Deploy Godot game to Fortnite. Nintendo charges you to save your progress across devices, which should be a crime. You'd think so. $4.2 plus. I think this just integrates with Epic's online services. I don't think it touches Fortnite at all. Yeah, no. I was just interested to see if you'd be able to do it. I just noticed, drop me a follow. No worries, Connexus. I've been lurking and running WCAG maintenance on a client site. Fair enough. Thanks for lurking about. I always appreciate the lurkers. The lurkers are great people. Just lurking and working. Hey. Whatever you gotta do. Whatever you gotta do. Alright, let's get these prices updated here. Annoying Annie. 840. Just building up those points to toss into the black hole, or maybe do hot sauce with. Ugh. I got hit with so much hot sauce last night. Need to build my tolerance back up to it. Bald Bobby 960. Nowadays, content creators don't care about content archiving. They'll delete videos just because they have the smallest issue with them. They don't care about creating, that they are creating lost media. I never understood that. It's like, I'm going to go back and delete this video from 4 years ago that has me saying something controversial because no one's got that clip. Been fixing a bug the whole freaking day, and as it turns out, I couldn't fix it due to a simple 3-line if statement. Gosh, I hate everything. Casey Womp 920. There we go. Discount Dora. And YouTube should only allow you to delete videos if someone bad is in them, and you want a second chance, so you can no longer ban videos after uploading. After uploading them, you can also delete one if you made an error. Nah, I disagree with that, because if your channel started out as you just uploading different things here and there, and then after 3 years you've got your channel is a specific content, then you might want to go back to those original videos and delete the ones that are no longer relevant. And also, you don't want YouTube dictating what you can and can't do with your videos. If you don't want your video up there, that's fine. It's up to you. But yeah, if YouTube was to dictate, no, you're not allowed to delete this video, people would have a lot of problems with that. Good news, Hypno, you can get Google's new AI IDE, Anti-Gravity, on Linux. I know you were hoping for that. Totally. I was hanging out for that. I was getting sick of NeoVim. I was like, oh my god, when's Google gonna release their next wave of crap so that I can just waste my time. Get me Google on Linux. Yeah, exactly. We all know that I changed away from Windows because we love all of the AI stuff they're putting into it. When will Google release their next privacy invasion? What do you mean when will they release their next privacy invasion? Their previous invasion of privacy is still going. They're constantly updating it and changing it to get around new legislation that's put in place. It's an ever-evolving invasion of privacy. Alright, relaxing Randall. Relaxing Randall's at 1,000. Actually, I think I want the uncommon to be a little bit more. And I want the rare to be a lot more. You know? I bump you to like 2,600 because it's rare. It's 1 in 100. You know, you can be like 1980. Discount Dora. You can be like 3130. Casey Womp. You can be 1980. Old Bobby. Be 1860. Actually, what did I do for relaxing Randall? 1,000, 2,600. 1,000, 2,600. We can bump this to probably... Bump this to probably... 21. $22.40. $21.90. $31.30. $20.60. What does GPT in Chat GPT stand for? Chat Grand Pile of Trash. Dang good games. How are you doing? Welcome in. I need a custom shout out for you, Dang Good Games. What do you want your custom shout out to be? I also noticed that your Discord got stuck in our unverified role. I took care of that for you, Dang Good Games. Jippity is a type of dard model. Yeah, grand pile of trash. No worries. No worries. Custom shout out. Custom shout out. Let me know. They don't release it. It's just new terms and conditions. Yeah. Yep. New terms and conditions and new TOS. Anything after early Windows 7 is pure privacy invasion. That's it. Custom shout out. It's 3130. Casey Womp. Bump you up to 2450. Lime, how's it going? GPT, generative pre-trained transformer. Yep, that's what I said. That's what I said. Giant pile of trash. Or grand pile of trash. Dang, what a custom shout out. Bam. Bam. AKA a lot of multiplication. Yep. Too much multiplication. Too much. There we go. How's the stream? It's going good. It's going good. We've got our spreadsheet here giving us our average price point for our bobbles. And we've made it so that we've got 3 of the 10 bobbles in each category more expensive than the average price point. And we usually have one that is around about the average price point, and everything else is less. So that way you make your money from the shiny baubles, like the rarer version of every bauble is where you make your money, as well as the, like, if you have a 5-star rating for your store, you would be able to sell all of these ones here that are well under the average price point of $10. You'd be able to sell them all for like $11 because you've got a 5-star rating on your store. People are more willing to go to your store and spend more money because you're known as a good store. You know? That type of thing. When Australia released the social media ban, the Pirates Bay would look real good, won't it? I mean, honestly, for the last 2 or 3 years, things like the Pirate Bay have been looking better and better. Because, like, the reason usage of Pirate Bay went down is because we had streaming services. We had Netflix pop up. Yeah. And you could find everything on Netflix. And then it was like, okay, there's a couple others that popped up. Netflix, Prime Video, Apple TV. I was like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But now there's so many of these streaming services, and you have to have so many of them to be able to view all the stuff you want to watch, that it's essentially like having cable channels again. So now people are now reverting back to pirating again because they don't want to spend $150 a month on 7 different streaming services to watch all the stuff they want to watch. They just don't have that kind of money. Wait, why is it $9.80 for $9.80? Because I couldn't be bothered dealing with floating point values in my currency. So everything's an integer. And then when I display it in the UI, all I do is like multiply it by 0.01. And that gives me the value to display in the UI. Done. I don't have to worry about floating point rounding issues and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. just easier. I don't even bother watching anything new anymore. I spend my time watching Twitch. Hey, are you saying that I'm not new? Rude. Jeez. Have you played Pikuniku? I don't even know what that is. You're very old, Hypno. Old. How dare you? How dare you? I am a very young and spry playful. A puzzle adventure game developed by French-British indie collective Sectordub. Published by Digital Devolver. It looks interesting. It looks like an interesting game. If you're old, then I'm older than old. Yeah, that's right, Sammy. That's right. You're ancient. Godobble is 1300. There we go. Bobble Ross. I existed before the universe had light. Yeah. You do seem like you're at that kind of age. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, we've got friends coming to say hi. Relaxing Randall, 1000. Bobble Ross, 1400. Oh, good day, you good dunce. How are yous doing? What's going on? I need to update my my stream title here. How you doing, Jedum? What were you up to today? I mean, I know what you were up to today, but for the people that don't know what you were up to today, you know. We went full circle. That we did. Let me just click your name here. Bam. Look at that. Well, what? Oh my god, Fira! How are you doing? Make sure there's... Golden Headless Headhunter. There's another one there. Dang good games. Okay, cool. I am up to date with my thingamajig. Fira, say hello to Jedum. Jedum, say hello to Fira. I'll give you a shout out when I can, Fira. But welcome in, y'all. If you don't know my face, I'm Hypnotic. We are working on Bobble Shop Sim, which, if you're a good dunt, you can go wishlist on Steam. Please go wishlist it. I'm more than happy to beg. Okay? Okay? You want a personal video of me begging? That's probably not going to happen, but I will beg on stream. Please wishlist. Get the numbers bumped so that Steam starts promoting it to more people. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Glad to have you here. Glad to have a fellow Gedunt. But yeah, we are just reworking our pricing for our bobbleheads so that we can get things prepared for our closed beta, our Steam playtest. That's our target. And what were you doing, Fira? What were you doing on your stream? Because I know Jedem was dealing with clouds, and that Jedem must go sleep. For those of you that don't know, when I finished my stream last night, over 12 hours ago, it was probably like 14 hours ago when I finished my stream, we raided Jedem. Okay? And from what I can tell, Jedem's just been going since then. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Added, thank you very much, Plane. You are a legend. You have my thanks. Alright, we got Jeff. We have been talking this morning about all things Steam Machine, console, and Unity Unreal Engine related. What do you think about that, Jedem, as an Unreal Engine person? It probably doesn't impact... Oh, it might impact you. Like the, Unity Unreal partnership. Yeah. Any takes? Because I think, so Unity games can be deployed into Fortnite. And I believe Epic, like games made with Unreal Engine, will be able to use Unity's cross-platform commerce platform, giving Unreal developers more choice for managing everything from their digital catalogs and payment providers to web shops across PC, mobile, and web. There's some benefits for both sides. I think Epic Games gets more of the benefit. Just monopolies of monopolies. Mixed engine game modes is interesting. I think Epic Games gets the better end of the deal because the Unity games getting deployed into Fortnite means that Epic Games gets more customer data that they can sell for profit. Whereas this payment, like this commerce platform stuff, I don't see Unity getting nearly as much customer data out of that. At least that they can sell, you know. And this also brings people into the Fortnite ecosystem. Whereas this doesn't really bring people into Unity's game engine system, like game engine ecosystem. So it's weird. It's weird. It's very, very weird. I don't see it changing much, to be honest. This can go to 2680. And the last one, Yvonne Bucket, who likes to have their name pronounced Bouquet. Because they're snooty. Absolutely, feels like handouts Unity. I'm assuming this is a long play on acquiring Unity. Would there be any point to Epic Games acquiring Unity. As they've already got Unreal Engine. What's the point in having Unity as well? Last I heard, Apple was planning on buying Unity. Now that's interesting. Apple buying Unity is interesting. Especially since Unity doesn't use Swift or Flutter or anything like that, but instead uses Microsoft's .NET framework. I thought Apple noped out of the gaming market. They probably did, but then they were like, hey, now that we've got our M1 chips that are able to run games, let's start pulling in that game money. Anything Unity makes for Epic Games is just going to give Epic money. It's a win-win situation. Yeah. Yeah, very true. Let's bump the rare to 20. I think that'll work. So Yvonne Bucket is the cheapest. 1,013.50. We're like 1270. Yeah, that'll work. What up, monkey? How you doing? And Unity shares are rising now. Yep. I would imagine, actually. Because Epic Games doesn't have shares, do they? Yeah, it's a privately held company. Yeah. I mean, their shares haven't. Yeah. Yeah, so they went from about 37 to about 39.50. Well, a good $2.50. A good 7 points. It's not bad. It'll be interesting to see if they can keep it though, because they're already dropping down to around 39 mark. Yeah, that'll be interesting. How have you been, monkey? What have you been doing? Double check relaxing Randall. You're also at 13.50. So you're 13.50. You're 11.23.10. Yeah, that's all fine. Starting to learn LangChain. What? What is LangChain? LangChain provides the engineering platform and open source frameworks developers use to build, test, and deploy reliable AI agents. Ah, I remember this. Yep. No, so Hugging Face is a place where the models are stored. This would be a place for you to actually build the agent, which uses a model in the background, I would imagine. Or advanced customization, blah, blah, blah. Comprehensive documentation, including conceptual overviews and guides. API reference for LangChain. Build applications powered by LLMs through a standard interface for models, embeddings, vector stores, and more. So yeah, you get your LLM and you connect your LLM to your application using LangChain. Yeah, Hugging Face is where you get the models and the checkpoints and stuff. And then, yeah, you use those to power the application, and LangChain's the intermediary, basically. That's what it sounds like. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, Jackie Daniels. 2350. Actually. Jackie Daniels. My work's in the medical field, so I have to somewhat air gap my stuff. Have to use self-hosting LLMs for the most part. Yeah. Smart. Very, very smart. This can be... I just need to do that. There we go. How was Germany? Any souvenirs? No souvenirs. No souvenirs. But we did have Bayern Schnitzel, which was delicious. What was my favorite part of Germany? This. Breaking Bar. So Breaking Bar does this type of cocktail stuff. It's pretty cool with like the cocktails that they serve and such. So like let's see if we can find some photos of the cocktails. Yeah, so you got this one here. Whatever the fuck this one is. Yeah, you got your bloody popcorn. Yeah, you got your skull, the drink in it. Where's the good ones? These ones. So this one here was interesting. So with this drink, what do they mean bar? Like English bar? Like a place you go to get drinks. That's that sort of place. So this one here was the one that IRAD got. Okay, and what they did, they have something they bring out that has the alcohol, like the drink, like well, not even the drink, like it's got some of the drink in a flask. And above the flask is a chamber that has different florals and different fruits in it. And they had a fire underneath the flask. So the liquid would steam up. It would go up into the top compartment. It would infuse with the florals and the fruit and the lemons and stuff. And then they would turn off the flame, drains down. They pour that into the bottom of this flask here. And then they get a vial that they pour in, which I believe is the alcohol that they pour in. And it causes this smoke effect. Like, it triggers the smoke to go everywhere. And then what you do is you pour it from that flask into this, and you drink from this. So it was very cool. It was a cool experience. It was a very cool experience. And this is their drink menu. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. You got your gin, your rum, your vodka, your whiskey, your tequila. Very Heisenberg of them. Yeah. Yeah. That's very cool. It's very cool. It wasn't so much the drinks. Like, the drinks weren't... Like, you're not gonna go there and get drunk, sort of thing, off of those cocktails. You're gonna go there and you're gonna get those cocktails for the experience and the showmanship of them. They tasted nice, but it's for the show, you know? So there was that. And then, yeah, just the food. Like, the restaurants, the food. You go to, like, a proper restaurant there. You get some really nice food. There was one place we went to where we got a proper, authentic Bayern Schnitzel. It was amazing. And there was a restaurant that we were thinking about going to until we looked up the pricing. And we went, nope, that's a tourist trap. So it was a place that was promoted by the hotel we were staying in. And you read up about the place and it was like, oh yeah, okay, so they're like wearing lederhosen and stuff, and it's kind of like an atmosphere sort of thing. And it's like, it sounds like a tourist trap. And then you look up the pricing, like you look up their menu, and it's like €35 for a schnitzel. But nope. No way. That is a tourist trap. You can go to any other restaurant in the area and spend like €20 on like a good steak, like a really nice steak or a proper schnitzel, that type of thing. Thank you for the follow too, much appreciated. Everyone that follows is a gedunt, so thank you for being here. If you want to be a real gedunt, what you need to do is not only introduce yourself to people as a gedunt, but you also need to go to that Steam link and you need to wishlist Bobble Shop Simulator, which is the game that we're making. It's all there. Let's see, so 1550. I'm just setting up pricing for stuff. So we've gone through and we've kind of worked out the pricing for our different bobbleheads and whatnot, and average costs and stuff. So yeah, we're kind of we'll go 4480. We'll go 4220. There we go. That's better. That's better. I don't know how I feel about AI videos because there is clearly a market for them, but they're absolute brain rot. But so is videos by human intelligence. Brain rot videos have been around since like 2008. You remember YouTube poop? That was the original version of brain rot, basically. Now, this is why I really want to visit other countries. I had an old professor that said in Greece you'd go to a restaurant that is exceptionally laid back, but will serve you the absolute best food. Yeah, exactly. It's like the new Vine. Yep. Yep. I was watching something yesterday about OpenAI. Sure, why not? I'm Hyperbagel. I'm a Canadian game developer looking to see how other people handle streaming their progress. We don't. We stream, chaos ensues, and eventually a game pops out the end. That's how most game dev streams go. There's chaos, and then something is produced as a result. Seems about on point to my previous experience. Yep. Hear me out. I saw an influencer that was so formulaic and shallow that I was kind of rooting that AI takes their job. I mean, you don't need AI to take their job. It'll just be eventually they will fade out. Because like those kind of people are entertaining for like a couple of months, and then their stuff becomes stale because it's the same stuff over and over again, just produced to a slightly altered formula. Porn industry, their job's going to be taken for sure. I don't know. I mean, yes. Definitely they're going to be taken. But I don't think all of them. I reckon a solid chunk will be taken. That's for sure. Also, why the new Steam VR goggles are going to sell out. Yeah, people are going to be like, ooh, VR goggles that aren't going to be tracking and watching everything I do. Could finally use them for private time. It's going to be 70-30 or 80-20 in AI favor. Nah. I mean, what I can see happening is the porn industry unionizing. As weird as that sounds, I can see them unionizing, which will like heavily slow down the takeover. It's like that Incredibles quote, and when everyone is super, no one will be. Yeah. But it's Mia Khalifa saying it. I mean, it's definitely going to be helpful for population control, that's for sure. That's for sure. And what I mean by population control is not controlling the population, but the number of people, like how many people there are in the population. Because if you don't have people interacting and you don't have people forming relationships and making babies, you can have your population dip. Yep. The problem is that's okay for short term when you have overpopulation. It's not very good for long term when you want to actually have the population start going back up. Because by that time you're screwed. Not literally, of course. Like, not literally, but because that's the reason why it's going. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Give me a game, chat. We'll start with BioShock 2, and we'll go from here. Alright, chat. First person, Unreal Engine. The thing is, most of the internet has been fake for a very long time. Yeah. It's like the, Unreal Engine? That was made with Red Engine, yeah. And it has third person. It's still after 2020. Still after 2020. So, we do know that it's single player first person after 2020. Maybe RPG, maybe shooter. It could be... I don't think it's Resident Evil Village, but... Okay, so it's a shooter. It's not a horror sim. It's not a horror or survival, so we know it's a science fiction. Sci-fi, first-person, Unreal Engine, single-player shooter. Is that shooter called Body Cam? Yeah, that's not sci-fi though. I ain't sci-fi. What's a single player shooter that came out after 2021? Single player shooter after 2021. Halo. Halo doesn't just have first person though. Halo also has like third person stuff as well. And Halo has multiplayer versions. What are you talking about? That one Souls-like shooter? I can't remember any. The Outer World? No, it wouldn't be The Outer Worlds 2. Surely. Okay, so it's not Slime Rancher, but it is a 2022 game. A 2022 single-player first-person shooter. Outer Worlds isn't a shooter. I think you're thinking of The Outer Wilds. And so this is an RPG. You can have an RPG shooter. Look at Borderlands. Borderlands is an RPG shooter. I suppose, like, I guess the difference would be, is it only shooting? Or can you do a melee build? I think the Division 2 is also an RPG shooter. Anyway, so we're looking at first-person, Unreal Engine, single-player, 2022 shooter. Something. I guess Mario is a shooter if we do it like that. Well, I mean, Infamous. You know the game Infamous? That's a shooter. Infamous is a shooter. You don't have any guns in that. Comedy sci-fi. Ooh, this actually, yeah, High on Life makes sense. Nice done, Blue. Nicely done. Yeah, as soon as we had comedy sci-fi, yep. Had to be High on Life. Couldn't be anything else. Larry Kent. 1550. What am I doing with your pricing here? $15.50. I guess I'd put you at about 24. Yeah, about 24 would make sense. I got my first game though. Nice. What up, Brightside? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing amazing. How have you been, Brightside? I don't have a custom shout out for you either, Bright. What do you want your custom shout out to be? I feel the rare price for you is a little bit low. Doing better now that I'm looking at your mug. There you go. Now you're looking at my mug. Yeah. It's a good mug, isn't it? It's easy to look on the bright side when you got a mustache like this. Exactly. Because I'm always happy. Always happy. Why so serious? Yeah, I'm just going through fixing up a bunch of pricing stuff. 1650. $24, pop you at about $26.20. Comb the beard. Good night. Good night, Boyd. Hope you had a fantastic day. Oh yeah. Comb it out. There we are. Now for the brush. Just passing through streams before bed? Nice. Lovely. You can be about 30. Immaculate beard as always. Thank you very much, Void. You have a good sleep. Oh man, it's already been 5 hours. No, it hasn't. Almost 5 hours. Yeah, almost. We've still got like half an hour. 40 minutes. We got 40 minutes to go. Come on. That's plenty of time. I spent 3 days trying to get a capture card in Linux, only to find that there are no drivers yet. So I decided to have my gaming rig on Linux instead, so you can imagine I have no smiles left today. We will change that, plane. We will change that. Okay? That's what we're here for. It's actually interesting. Which capture card did you find? I was looking at getting a capture card, but that sounds like maybe I shouldn't. And by changing, we're talking about drivers, not smiles. Exactly. Exactly. We're talking about the drivers, not smiles. We can't do anything about your happiness, but we can do something about the technology. You know? Someday we will have the technology to change your happiness. But unfortunately, that's still like 3 years away. You know? Gemini 3 Pro can run a profitable business. I mean, yeah, anyone can run a profitable business. Hell, do you know, buy Australian Air? No, not Australian made. I remember there was someone that was selling bags of air or like containers of air. And then there was also like by Scotland Air. Like people were just like getting air. Yeah, this thing. My fresh bottled British air. Like, who is selling bottles of air? Who's buying bottles of air? It's stupid. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get this. Whatever. There's a benchmark test called Venning Bench Arena, which they use to find out how much money an LLM can make. And 3 Pro is 6 times better than the leading model. God damn. Actually, I have a good and practical reason. Probably not why for these people. But there's actually a lot of studies on air quality. And they want good, diverse samples. You're talking about scientific studies, right? Yeah, so that's one thing, but those people aren't going to be buying air from like a regular person. They're going to be going through like other channels to make sure, yes, I am getting proper air of this quality sort of thing. Not, oh yeah, this is just some air that some guy in his house went. I then we get my British air from Temu. Ah, I believe that's called... I don't know. I'm trying to think of a Temu Britain. Malaysia? I don't know. Doubt and Godot, if I added GPU particle 2D for rain effect and I want to attach a rain sound to that GPU particle 2D along with sound effect for my character movement, attack, and music to scene, how to add this much audio layers in a single scene. I only know how to do audio stream player for music, and there aren't much tutorials on this. So what you're going to want to look into is you're going to want to look into your audio bus here. So you can create a bunch of buses in this. And then you can have these run through. So like I could have this run through the music bus, which then goes through the master bus, and you can add different effects for each area sort of thing. And then what you would need to do is you would need to set up some audio management to make sure that your rain sound effect is going through to the correct audio bus, and that your character movement is going to the correct audio bus and stuff like that. And you would need to tinker with those things. The other thing you would also need to do is if you're setting up like if you're setting up character movement, what you would want to do is you would want to have the character's footsteps be positional. So you would want to use an audio stream player 3D so that you can position that and attach it to the feet of the player. And then when the foot hits the ground, it plays the audio effect at that point. So it sounds like it's coming up from that 3D space. And you can do that type of stuff with all of your different positional audio effects. Yeah. So you would have your audio player, like your audio stream player, the 3D ones and whatnot. They would be in your scene. You would have those connect to a bus. And you could even look into... There's a very good sound manager. This one here, Sound Manager by Nathan Hode. What this does, it has pooled audio players and such. So you can set up your SFX audio bus, and every time you want to play an audio sound, you would, this would create a new audio player for that sound, pool it, and play it. So that way you have multiple audio players playing a sound all at the same time through the same audio bus. So it does get very complicated, but it is possible to do. And if you're doing it for 2D as well, 2D kind of makes it easier. I mean, it doesn't really make it easier. It's just instead of using an audio stream player 3D, you would use an audio stream player 2D instead. If you care about positional audio, that is. Drink grog at us.grog.shop. Is that spam shit? Never. No, that's just Chungus being Chungus. That's just Chungus. What up, Jerv? How have you been? How the bloody hell are ya? Andre Anderson, or whatever his name is, 1720. I've been online too long, apparently. Apparently. Very chilling day. You look every time so cool. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's the blue. The blue makes it seem like I'm in a very cold place and that I'm becoming frozen. So. That's the only reason I look cool. Yep, the coldogram. Coldologram. 1650 is 2620, 4275. So this one here would probably make you like 27. 2750, 43. Yeah, we'll pop you about there. Surprised you didn't do green scan lines. It would be very on brand. I mean, I could do green scan lines, but I feel the green, like, when you have scan lines, the scan lines aren't, like, the scan line is an absence of data in between the data being updated. So it's like the data's disappeared and it's waiting for an update, sort of thing. That's basically what the scan line is. It's the refresh rate not being fast enough. So I do want to get it set up so that you can have a channel redeem that changes my color. But yeah. I did get the most important program in the world installed earlier. Yakwaki. What the hell is Yakwaki? That sounds like it would be an unsafe program to install on a work system. Drop-down terminal emulator developed by KDE. Ah. A drop-down terminal emulator. That would do my head in. That would really do my head in. I've never used that kind of thing, so it would really freak me out having it drop down and drop, like, scroll, like, roll up. And also tell a dad. Oh, I can't make him tell a dad joke, damn it. That Andre Anderson just did you. Coach Barnett. 1750. It's pronounced Yakwaki. And it looks like the terminal in Quake. I prefer to pronounce Quake as Quacky. Because why not? What's life without a little variance? You know? Quacky. Yep. Quacky. $43.90, right? Yeah. This can be more 28. Now, football is $22.50. I remember back in the day, someone came into a Linux room on Yahoo Chat and said, "You help me with the quack." What? Also, Yahoo Chat. Kind of, showing your age a bit there, aren't you? I remember the days of MSN Chat. Ah, MSN Chat. Hold on, let me get my aim handle. about it. Spent 6 years in Linux, FreeBSD, Solaris. Damn. Helping people. See, you say helping people. Was that actually helping them, though? Did that actually help them? Can I not... I cannot export this as CSV. Are you serious? We help those that tried to help themselves. We're never spoon feeding. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Under here, I'm gonna go. I remember one jumped up guy was so annoying and expected us to help. So one of us, not me, told him to rm-rf route. Yep. Yeah. If someone's real bossy and real aggressive, you kind of like don't deal with them. Just tell them where to go. If I copy that, I go here. Nice. What if I copy? Okay. I see what I can do here. I see what I can do. Copy. At least I've got all of the data in here. By having all the data in here. I just need to reformat it now. Yeah, that's how it was. Yeah. It's the same in customer service. I remember working in a call center. And there was someone that called up on a Friday night. They called up on a Friday night. Spring Boot and Java Crown. Others yawn. I mean, if you're bad at programming, sure. Yeah, someone called up at midnight on, or like not at midnight. They called up at night on a Friday, being like, we need our electricity connected now, and we're like, not gonna happen. The earliest it can happen is Monday, and there's gonna be a fee for that because you're calling on a Friday night, and we have to like put through a rushed order and stuff, like priority order for you. And they're like, no, you're gonna connect it now, and they started swearing and whatnot. And I told them, I was like, well, if you keep talking like that, I'm going to have to hang up. All right, gonna have to hang up. And then they started swearing at me, yelling, telling me not to threaten to hang up on them. I'm not allowed to hang up on them. They're a customer. Blah 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 blah. So I hung up on them. I told them because of their attitude and their language, I was hanging up on them. And then after I hung up on them, they called back. They went through to another person. And wouldn't you know it, they were nice. They were so nice after that. What I love about Gemini is the automation. You can ask it to search for news regarding a topic every day and only notify you when something pops up. Kind of like an RSS feed. Isn't that what those were used for? I feel like we're using AI to replace things that we already use to do stuff. Like, we're using AI to do, like, code completion or spell checking. And it's like, we already have stuff for that. We already have non-AI things that do spell checking, and they work pretty well. Why do we need to replace them with an AI that works pretty well? Like, what's the improvement that we're getting? And I can understand in terms of programming how you've got not just regular code snippets, you have like full, it'll be able to suggest auto completion of your code more accurately. Whereas snippets is just like snippets of preset code sort of thing. So I understand it from that perspective. But for text completion, we already have a dictionary for that. Using i3, I'm using Hyperland. A good old Hyperland. Using AI for programming is really bad right now, unless you're completely new. Like, using it to generate your code is bad, yes. But if you're using it to autocomplete your code, like if you've written a bunch of code and you're like writing a function that's going to return, like do a calculation to return something specific, if it autocompletes the calculation that you're writing so that you don't have to type out the extra 40 characters that you're about to type out anyway, that's fine. That's fine. I don't see a problem with that. Because that's using it as a tool. Like, you're using the AI as a tool at that point. Which is what you should be using it as. The reason why I'm doing it manually instead of a search and replace is because I haven't figured out how to get tab to work in the NeoVim search and replace. There we go. Here's bad beef on that. My boss is asking, can we put this information in AI and have it tell us trends? And I'm like, it might give us an answer, but nothing better than our own analytics tools. It's not a magic crystal ball, and it might hallucinate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The problem with AI is, like, the reason AIs hallucinate is because they're encouraged to give a response and not say that they don't know. So because they're encouraged to give a response, when they come across and when they can't get an answer, they make a best guess at what the answer is, instead of just going, actually, I don't know. And that's where the hallucinations come in. But then in that case, you're just using AI instead of Google, which is pretty standard. Yeah. But at the same time, Blue, you're using AI in your editor to auto-complete something that you're already about to type, versus going to Google, researching the topic, looking at how people have done it, and coming up with a solution that matches your needs. Those are two very different approaches. I only now notice that my print plate replacement is 2 pieces that got top part that can be flipped, and it hid rougher golden surface. We'll see if that holds print better. It should. Use Google Analytics for trends, which is what most programs do. True. I don't use AI for spell check or autocomplete. I think it's useless there. But I do want to use Photoshop. I mean, using it for spell checking, I agree. There's no point in doing that. If you want to use spell check, we already have dictionaries that computers use for spell checking to tell you if something is spelled wrong. For auto completion, the only reason you would use it for auto completion is if you wanted to save, half a second on typing. Personally, I don't use it because I don't need to save half a second on typing. I'm more than happy to type out those extra few keystrokes. But yeah, like, I understand people that want to do that. Auto completion is so cursed. Depends on what it's auto completing. I actually remember refusing to use autocorrect when I learned how to code. So grateful for that. I love auto completion in apt. All right. Let's hydrate. Everyone hydrate. Moisten your insides. The reason why I'm moving into this is because I haven't created all of the Bobble data, and I want to get all of this kind of knocked out so that we don't have to worry about it too much. No. These are professional bubbles. Let's start here. Yeah, because I'm not going to create all of the data for all of the bubbles today. I'm kind of creating them as I create 3D models. Because that way I don't forget to set up the 3D models against the data. I create the model, and then I create the data, and then I allocate the model to the data. Hilden on a 3-stream streak. I hydrated with coffee. My doctor says coffee has enough water content to count as water intake. You must have some really watered down coffee. I've hydrated with 2 liters already in 3 hours. I have been awake. Instant coffee is so easy hydration source. Instant coffee, yes. I have a non-instant coffee source. So a lot less water in my coffee. Delayed coffee source. You two are professional. Like I say, you don't need AI for that. Yeah. Drinking delayed coffee is officially a thing. What do you mean? That has me confused now. Alright. Sorted or figured out bubble pricing and started updating all bubbles. We also fixed... What did we fix? What did we fix? What did we fix? What did we fix? Fixed lights in shop, not working. Corrected interactions that sometimes remained highlighted. There we go. Love it. Ah, as opposite to instant. Ah, I gotcha. I see what you're talking about. Let's do a game duel. My brain needs a rest. Alright, so we're looking for a single player game that's not first person before 2022. Let's try Dragon Age 2. It's an RPG between 2012 and 2021. There's a Dark Souls. Alright. Third person, single player, multiplayer, co-op, RPG, open world fantasy between 2015 and 2021. What's your guesses, chat? It's not going to be a superhero game because those are usually hack and slash. And they also say superhero here, so forget Batman, forget Spider-Man, all that stuff. Could it be Darksiders? No, 2019 to 2021. Third-person open-world RPG. Single-player, multiplayer, co-op. New World? No, because that's not going to be single. That's an MMO. Multiplayer. Was there like was there a League of Legends type thing? Where's the hint? It comes up after the next guess. So you get 5 guesses, then a hint comes up if you still haven't guessed it. I'm going to go Cyberpunk because this will give us the year. Alright, so it's a 2020 game. Now we get the clue. One-time clue. Hoyoverse. Oh my god, Hoyoverse. That's not Genshin, is it? It's the other one. It is Genshin? Alright, cool, it is Genshin. Nice. Nice. Thank you, Sammy. Much appreciated. Alright, what we'll do, it has been our 5 hours. We are at our 5-hour mark. I'll call it here. I'm going to update the rest of these prices for these stuff off stream, because why do it on stream? Tonight we're going to do some more 3D modeling. We're probably going to look at making like one of these here. And we'll do some more. We'll probably look at filtering collected bobbles and cards and stuff like that. Or we'll actually look at this one. We'll do this one tonight. That one right there. Yeah. Wait, they started making people pay? For what? This theme? What theme? How are you able to look at this for long periods of time? Because the green stands out, like contrasts well against the black, or the purple. And the purple is the majority. So because the purple is the majority, it's not bad on the eyes. Genshin, making people pay now. Interesting. I know they've always had something. Like they've always had like microtransactions, haven't they? Who are we raiding today, chat? Who do you want raided? It doesn't have to be game dev either. We can see who's out there in terms of gameplay or science or something. Yeah. Art maybe. We can go watch someone that's playing Dispatch. Well, they're playing Words on stream right now, but yeah. Gamion's gonna play test of his game with a bunch of people. Alright, Gamion it is. And go raid Gamion. There's the raid messages. Alright. Alright. We'll go say hi to Gamion. I'm going to have my 5-hour break, have some lunch, do some exercise, get some stuff organized and tweaked. I will see you all in 5 hours for the next stream that has modeling and programming and stuff. Alright. So, have a great one, y'all. Yeah. I might see if I can find some sound effects. No, I need to do voice acting stuff for this fake ad over this break. That's what I need to do. Yeah, get that ad put up. Get more people learning about Bobble Shop Sim. But all right, Have a good one, you good dunce. See yous in 5 hours.